Fuck! Starting to get pissed off by this pose. Anyhow. Let's see if the stream wants to work today. It worked. No, it didn't work earlier today. We're having bitrate issues, or bandwidth issues rather. But it seems to be holding green right now. So hopefully. We're doing a super late stream because I went to bed at like 9:30 or something. Woke up 3 hours later. If even that. My body decided that it was a nap. As it does. So we did manage to play a little bit earlier today. And probably just delete the VOD, to be honest. We didn't really do anything. I just clicked around a bit in the kingdom management. And the Sweet Teeth came back from Oleg's trading post, and we talked to them, and we didn't send them anywhere. I went upstairs to talk to Kalik and Kanera. And then I just talked to Kalik for a while, and just asked her about their backstory, which I have already asked Kanera about, and she said basically the same shit. And then in the middle of that, internet started dying. So yeah, we didn't do anything. The loading time for this game is absolutely unreal. Also, I did read, like I looked up the new Pathfinder game, and I did read on their website about garbage collection and memory leaks, and I was right. The issue that they have is garbage collector, Unity's garbage collector. But I still think it's their programming causing it. Because Unity has its issues, but the thing with it is that it really has like its own set way to do things. And if you try to program or anything, like it's like you're assuming that it's gonna work like something else or a certain way, then you're just fucked. Because it doesn't. It doesn't work that way. It, regardless of what it is, it doesn't work that way. Oh, I guess I didn't save. No, I did. I did talk to her. What, it changes to Kanera every time you load or something? Let's talk about how you are now. Kalik smiles faintly, but her eyes remain sad. Ask what you will. Do you worship Nethys? Tell me about him. Nethys is the god of magic. There are no limits to his power. Kalik speaks with awe. He was born human, but achieved such unparalleled mastery of magic that he gained divine power. He is the embodiment of paradoxes, contradictions, and making the impossible come true. I called on him at the moment of my greatest need, and he, through his herald, helped me when all the kind and merciful gods fell silent. But I'm no naive worshipper. The gods, especially him, are powerful and unpredictable. Besides, he's hardly interested in my gratitude. I do honor those who help me. Who is your savior, the Arachnothane, or Canothane? Nethys' herald and his creation. She's a living whirlwind of magical energy, an amazing and powerful creature. She often takes interest in the business of mortals and manifests Nethys' will. In our case, I think she's done both. The Arcanothane wanted to intervene and help, but she also told us that Nethys was aware of what happened. It's so strange to think that a deity turned his eyes on you, if only for a moment. Appearing as a woman-shaped cloud of swirling energy, this creature serves as the herald of Nethys. As a supernatural creature created in a moment of lucidity by an insane, omniscient god, the Arcanothane is often left to her own devices, when her master does not need her. She wanders Golarion and the plains, searching for new sensations and meaning to her existence, and that of the multiverse. Oh yeah, I think we read that before. Tell me about your sister. A smile, sincere but sad, appears on Kalik's face. My sister and I, we are twins, but we're as different as day and night. She was named Kanira, which means silent flame in our tribe's language, and I am named Kalik, silent storm. Kanira was born a few minutes before me. I suppose she just elbowed me out of the way in our mother's womb, become the firstborn. Being the first, that's what she always craved. I never felt offended by it, though. Whenever the storm clouds gather above our heads, heralding danger and trouble, my sister walked forward one step ahead, tightly holding my hand. Oh, we've already talked about that. I wanted to talk to you about what it means to be a tiefling. Oh, I could tell you a lot about it. How do tieflings come into the world? We are what happens when mortals mix their blood with evil outsiders, mostly demons, daemons, or, as with me and my sister, devils. His heritage can manifest through many generations. It can be a cruel blow for the parents of a tiefling. Kalik frowns. As you probably know, there is hardly a corner in Golarion where the birth of someone like me is considered a welcome gift. Many think that evil literally runs in tiefling blood, owing to the heritage of their ancestors. Those who think so are both right and wrong. Your fate is not written by your blood alone. Surrendering to the temptation of evil is a choice every tiefling must make for themselves. Tell me about Qadira. It's a beautiful land, but unlike the Stolen Land. It's a beautiful land, but quite unlike the Stolen Lands. My sister and I grew up in a place dominated by the desert. I've often heard from travelers that such landscapes depresses them, but there's nowhere I feel more at home. Sand drifts under the sun, life hiding where you'd never expect it, the lush green of a suddenly revealed oasis. They are austere lands, but can be breathtaking. The cities of Qadira are an endless whirlwind of turmoil and bright colors. Some say the heart and essence of every Qadiran city is its temple to Sarenrae, ever since our country was blessed by the radiant goddess. But I'd put it differently. The heart of every city is a noisy market with its tents in every color you could imagine. Most of the city's life happens at the market. People go there not only to trade, but also to have fun, negotiate, and spin their intrigue. Take away the market, and what's left of Qadira? It's strange what happened with the Disk of the Eclipse. Kalik nods. Ancient forces can be mysterious. I thought we'd need to spend a lot of time studying the properties of the disc before we learned how to use it, but it just worked as soon as we touched it. If I understand its action correctly, it attuned itself to the connection between the material plane and our demiplane. Now we can move between them at will, and the rest is handled by our strange inner connection. I step into the demiplane, and Nethys' power transports Chimera from there to the material plane. I would imagine that it would be like if they're actually like asleep inside the demiplane. That whenever they decide to switch, the other one just gets like thrown out of a portal on the ground. Why did you decide to remain in my lands? After you found and activated the relic, you could have left. I like living here. For the first time since fleeing Qadira, I feel like there's a place in the world I can call home. And besides, Khalik frowns. I probably should have brought this up myself, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. I'm very, very worried about the Forefather, the devil my sister made a contract with, long ago in Qadira. Chimera thinks he's no longer a threat to us, since her death annulled the contract, but I don't believe such a creature can ever leave us in peace. I'd like there to be someone beside me who I can rely on in case he shows up again. It's very arrogant to think I'm going to jump at a chance to protect you. You can rely on me. We'll find a way to deal with that devil. If things get bad, we'll have to flee again, or we'll put you and your people at great risk. But I believe it's here that we will find the strength to face Hell's claims on us. Have to go. So long, Khalik. So you can't have her at all as advisor. Look, we have a noble guest. But come to think of it, it's us who are the guests of the Baron. Anyway, it's a great honor. It would be better for you to stay away from the capital for a while. But we've only just arrived. Why would you send us away? We didn't do anything wrong. Your Grace, you must think we're a gang of useless loons. The girl looks at Naiho askance, and I can understand why you'd think that. But please don't send us away. Give us a chance to prove ourselves. Yes, just give us a chance. We'll show you. Okay. But I don't have any more tasks for you. Somewhere deep in the heart of the Gnarl Marches. Companion quests there. I guess we need to find some more areas and stuff, send them to. No. I'm not gonna do Octavia and Regongar quests. I don't want to do companion quests. Companions I don't have. So we're just gonna go down here. Did I buy the emerald back? don't think so. I'm not sure which one has it. Could be here somewhere. Probably Hasuf. Oh shit! Can't afford it. Oh. Oh right, we got a pair of boots. So the options are putting it on a Miri. But she has the mobility boots, so we probably don't want that. If we put it on Valerie... So she, oh, yeah. So now she moves at base value, at least. And she will actually move faster if we cast effortless armor. Where the hell is Golarion? No, not Golarion. That's the world. Don't remember what it was called. Can we please rid of those? Tomin Hanbaki. Oh, I haven't claimed that. Oh yeah. Let's go into the tavern. Let's see if we can ask around a bit. Oh, there is his brother. He doesn't know anything. Alina seems to be brooding, tugs at the seam of her apron. He looks at you with uncertainty. Your Grace, I wouldn't want to bother you if you have a spare moment. I'd like to ask you something. What did you want to ask me? Huh? Your Grace, the city is getting rebuilt after the bloom, but the people survived such terror. I know almost all of them, and I see in their eyes what that nightmare did to them. And I thought, Elena sighs, I thought we should cheer them up somehow. I can make a special treat for everyone, but I can't do it alone. Oh, nice. The thing is, I have a very special family recipe, which I'm sure the locals would love. It's... Now don't laugh, it's an omelette, made from a roc's egg. The bird is not really a bird, but a huge monster that lays eggs very rarely. Okay, so monsters aren't birds? There's only one species, it's a monster. They're considered a royal treat. Only a few people in all of the stolen lands have ever tried one. If we treat the people to this delicacy, the whole neighborhood will be buzzing about it for months. And what could be better medicine for their fear and sorrow than something fresh to boast about? I know there's a rock that lives on Talon Peak, but it's a dangerous place. I offered a reward, but none of the hunters I know will risk going there. But I know you could handle it, Your Grace. Elena raises her eyes timidly. I know it's no task for a baron, but there's no one else to ask. Fine idea. I will try to get you such an egg. Elena is glowing. Thank you so much. I'm sure you can handle it easily. I have that rock's egg. Elena throws up her hands. You have no idea how thankful I am, Your Grace. All my life I've dreamed of cooking one of these eggs, and the timing couldn't be better. Don't burn it, dude. 5,100 gold coins, 6 eggs, 4 owlbear eggs, 5 soft cheese, amazing. Please, tell me what other news you've heard. Your stories are so interesting and useful. Oh, stop, Your Grace. You know the news around here. Nothing strange is happening. We're rebuilding the city, getting back on our feet. Oh, and we've changed the name of the inn, did you see? Keep staring at Ekon now. Right, I haven't stolen everything in here yet. So I was trying to be good. But it doesn't matter anyway. Locked. Fuck. Hmm. One diamond dust. That's like 1/10 1/10 of a spell. God damn it.
All according to plan.
I wonder if I can unlock any of them by putting on the trickery gloves. But I don't know if... Might be trained only. Yeah, it says trained only. Can't pick locks. So I'd have to get at least 1 point. Oh, I guess I wasn't using any gloves at all. Everyone has a hat. Oh, the giant owlbear that almost destroyed the capital has become quite popular in its new role. I mean, I would think that finding this guy would be a kingdom project, but I haven't seen one. Maybe we should just travel to Varnhold. Let's see. Wolves!
Let us strike as one!
And the reason I say that it's bullshit, that it's Unity's fault, that the game is as laggy as it is because it takes nothing. Like, you go into battle and you move the camera, then fucking the game explodes half the time when you do it. It's absolutely not Unity's fault.
Tear them apart!
No, why did they attack? Could have thrown a fireball. Or doggies.
Do not falter!
Nice. Oh, Bald Hilltop. Forgot about that. Oh, 0 BP. Animals are flying into inexplicable rages. Wild beasts emerge from the woods to attack people. Livestock try to kick their owners, and even loyal dogs bite the hands that feed them. Someone must find the cause of these strange events and put a stop to them. The legendary Scourge. The Bald Hilltop has awakened again. And this time, the locals are being assaulted not by common beasts, but by legendary magical monsters. Wyverns, owl beasts, owlbears, and manticores, a fit of fury, are ravaging the barony. led by a small number of particularly large and vicious beasts. Perhaps the invasion can be ended if their leaders are slain. God damn it. Nope. It's definitely not a project to find the guy. Oh no. Well, they're all problems too. Oh, never mind. It ends the 12th. Fine then. Oh wait, no. I forgot to buy BP. Culture +3. The ball hilltop is there. Peaceful travelers. It better not be the goddamn skeleton guy. The goddamn skeleton guy. I have nothing new. I will destroy you, dead one.
May we have a moment of respite?
We may. Yeah.
Hey Tristan, your goddess teaches mercy and forgiveness, but are there things you wouldn't be able to forgive?
Besides your bitter humor?
I honestly don't really like the banter when you're resting. They're all just assholes. Even the good characters. are just assholes.
Focus on the goal.
Blur. Fly. Bless. Good hope.
I'm listening.
Not sure we have any other buffs. No, it's only protection from. Use divine favor, I suppose. I'm sure it'll last long enough. Oh! Doom. Cast a long blessing on Valerie. How long does it last anyway? 36 seconds. 6 turns. See if we are lucky. We are.
Onwards!
Just full attack. Boom. Oh! Moray. Is that a name or a... This is a Nereid. Nereid. Beguiling aura. Any creature sexually attracted to women runs the risk of being beguiled by a Nereid. If it looks upon her beauty from a distance of less than 30 feet, the creature fails a DC 23 will save. That's pretty high. It is immediately fascinated. This is a mind-affecting compulsion effect. Save DC is charisma based. "25 touch armor. We'll see if we have to change to Chimera. It depends on how annoying she is. Wait, what? Why does this cost 3? No, it costs 4. Huh? It didn't update properly. Just have to see if we manage to nuke her instantly. It's... Rip. Roll 7 plus modifiers 28. Target CMD 41. 13 plus. Entirely doable. 25 spell resistance. Not sure we can overcome that with magic missile. A little bit. Not much though. Don't die. Oh, she managed to cast magic mirror image. No. Cold Blast goes on spell resistance. I don't think Water Blast does. Can we reach? No. Alright. No, we're just blasting her. Oh! Nice.
This didn't work. I must be doing it wrong.
Oh, she's so close to dead. We can take one of these guys off Valerie if we throw a fireball here. Then he'll teleport to me and... Aww, failed to overcome spell resistance on both? That's just not fair. No, did Doom run out? I think it did. Don't kill me. Yeah! Crit! No! No!
Keep this up much longer. Stay behind me.
19 spell rest, 22. Man, I really need to get better penetration.
I require
Don't kill her!
healing.
Don't! I was expecting this guy to teleport. But he didn't. Are the cats the only ones who teleport?
Let us strike as one.
Come on! So close to dead. Don't kill me! There we go. Is that a +3 ring? Yes, yes. I'll take that.
In due time.
Next development. I mean, we're done, right? Let's go here. I'm not sure which... The legendary Scourge. Fearsome monsters led by horrific masters are terrorizing the stolen lands, leaving nothing but mauled corpses in their wake. Stats -3, -3, -3? What? Oh, does this give like ongoing things until you've dealt with it? Hmm. But it's gonna have to wait. I'm not sure what this green thing is supposed to mean. Hmm. No place to work. Blah 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 blah. Was it here?
That is not far.
That guy was being accosted? No. Nazriel. A heavily armed Nazriel eyes you suspiciously, but she sounds welcoming enough. Welcome. My apprentice Sartain just finished unpacking, but I'm already up and running. All the better to serve you. You have 1 day to leave my domain. I heard the news that one of your assistants has gone missing. Nazriel winches and looks embarrassed. It's so humiliating that you've learned of it. Something went wrong with my weapon. It was, It was meant to be a gift for you, but Detail went crazy as he took it. He fell into a fury and ran off. If a faulty blade with my mark gets into someone else's hands, my reputation will be ruined. I beg you, Your Grace, help me. I don't think this idiot could have gone far. He may still be near the river. Bring me back the blade and I will never let you down again, I swear. The elven woman falls silent. She frowns, as if trying to remember something. Oh, but of course. Please be sure to save Detail, my other apprentice, if it's not too much trouble. Okay. Down by the river. Berserker sword? I want that. As long as it's two-handed, otherwise it's going to the vendor. So I don't need much. I only have +1 longsword on my character right now. Down by the river. Very specific. There. I'm gonna assume nothing has changed in this place, or that nothing really changes in the areas. I have cleared this place. Refugee? Before you is a disheveled woman, wearing a cheap dress and a cloak that's grey with dust. She covers her face as she sobs uncontrollably. A disaster! This is such a disaster! What happened? The woman raises her face, tears still streaming. Her eyes widen as she recognizes you. She shudders. Baron, it must be Providence that sent you to me. Only you can help me. She wipes her cheeks and stifles another sob. I was robbed by a forest monster. It took my most valuable possession, my great-grandmother's pearl string. I was hoping to pay the bandits at the bridge with them. They're a family heirloom, a real treasure. My great-grandfather brought the pearls all the way from Eladar. I thought that would be enough to get me to Galt, but then I was ambushed by that vile beast. I was so frightened I dropped all my belongings and ran. When I came to my senses, it was too late. What am I going to do? I'm so scared of going back. Thought you could run? Your corpse will rot in this very soil. Where are you from? From far off, the woman sighs. I promised my cousin I'd visit her in Galt, but now this. You brought a priceless family heirloom along on a visit to Galt. The woman blushes and lowers her gaze. Forgive me, Your Grace. Her whisper is barely audible. It's difficult to confess, but I'm running away. 2 men in my village died from the magic disease. Era still willing, I'd save myself. Christian looks at the ground, clutching his holy symbol, mumbling. Disease. This disease everywhere. Well, we cleansed the disease already. Are you traveling alone? Yes. Mother died last year, and my brother moved to the city. I hope that at least there, he'll be safe from the disease. Describe this forest monster. The woman frowns. It had greenish skin, short, with a wide face and red eyes. It jumped out of nowhere, flashing a dagger at me and yelling in pidgin. It said I should give it my money, or else. Creature's description leaves little doubt. It's a goblin. Many of the little pests have recently taken to lurking about the barony. Heh, afraid of some goblin, are ya? You should have just given him a good old kick, and he'd be done for. I'll try to find your missing jewels. Where were you attacked? Oh, thank you so much. The beast ambushed me by the large stone along the road. Follow it northeast. It's not far. But please, be careful, Baron. I beg you. A large stone.
As it should be.
Goblin Prince? The goblin in front of you looks unusual. His ugly face is covered with red clay, which looks to be war paint. A string of beads is hanging down from his ears, and he's wearing a dirty reed skirt. Stop! I be Prince of Camelland. You be bringing presents? I take everything. Shiny bits, sparkly bits, grub. Who's this prince you keep talking about? I be Prince. Ruler of Camelland. All you see here, it mine. That tree, mine. And rock? The rock mine. And river, and... The goblin keeps listing everything he sees and pointing his finger at it. The tree, it mine. The rock, mine too. I rule this place, I'm telling you. Lindsay hums, improvising a simple tune. This might make a nice song. The Ballad of the Goblin Prince. What do you think? Are you alone here? The goblin is shuffling his feet. There be goblins in Gorge, looking for great beasts. Also be goblins in Village. But not all know and listen to Prince yet. First time when I came, they hit me, and it hurt. I'm the Baron of these lands. Do you know what I do with imposters like yourself? Ah! Prince wants to live! Prince be too pretty to die! The goblin rips the beads off his head and throws them at you. With an angry whine, the goblin runs off. A trail of reed stalks falling from his skirt as he flees. No, I wanted to kill him. What? Show the pearl string taken from the goblin. Is this yours? The woman presses her hands to her chest. Erastil's mercy, you found my pearls. I'll return your treasure on the condition that you turn back. I'm sure your brother would take you in, and there's safety in the city. These are trying times, but I'm doing all I can to stop the disease and protect the people. I mean, the disease is already over, so... The woman examines you closely. You know, Your Grace, people spout all kinds of nonsense about you, but I can tell you have a good heart. A heart that aches over the troubles of your people. There's nothing for me in Galt. My home is here. Thank you again and farewell, Baron. I'm going back to the city, and I'll make sure everyone knows the kind of person you truly are. Oh, 6,000 XP! Nice. Or actually pretty close to leveling.
In due time.
You should take a look.
Alright, now we just have to scour the entire riverside. For Crazy Apprentice. Not here, it seems.
Can you make
Whoa,
an epic
whoa!
pose? I need inspiration.
Jesus, scared the shit out of me. Dude, he's other side. If I'm gonna get it, make it there, we're gonna have to haste. I mean, I can't just shoot them from here as well. His chances don't look very good though. Not gonna lie. It's almost dead. Miss! I have 11 touch AC! You bitch! Hey, get him, Detail! Get him! There we go.
All according to plan.
When he sees you, the elf crouches in fear, hiding something in his arms. Have you come to take it? No, it's mine! Leave me alone! A grimace of pain and madness has captured his face. It's far too valuable. You can't own it. I'm the only one who can. Do you hear me? I'm the only one who can protect it. Everyone else wants it to themselves. But I'm not giving it away. I've been hiding. I can hide from you too. Don't come closer. Who the hell are you? The elf listens in astonishment. Me? Detail. No, I am its warden. I served Nazriel, and now I serve it. It is more important. I'm a friend. Don't get me wrong, but that thing is playing tricks on your mind. You must give it to me. The elf is beginning to understand. Yes. No! The thief is trying to fool me. Go away. You can't have it. Thief! Alright, try again. Do this the easy way or the hard way. The elf freezes, then quickly throws away the thing, covers his head with his arms and sobs. Thieves! Don't hurt me! The tail returns to his senses and falls limply onto the ground. Good lord, it's finally over. The damned blade took my sanity. Oh, I never expected Mistress Nazriel could create such a monstrosity. Let her find herself another assistant. This cursed thing nearly cost me my life. Okay. Nazriel's cursed sword. Two-handed bastard sword. Do bastard swords...
Follow my lead.
Are they always exotic, even if you're two-handing it? Probably. But I want your cursed sword. No, I don't, because it's a bastard sword.
In due time.
and no one can use it. Stop giving me exotic weapons. They're only giving me like kamas and monk weapons, exotic weapons, 40 kukris. Take away this dangerous thing. It poisoned the mind of one of your assistants. The elven woman carefully takes the blade from your hands. She bows politely. There's honey in her voice. I'm terribly sorry. What an unbelievable failure. I would never have allowed a faulty blade to get into your hands. That's what we need quality control for, right? I promise you will receive your gift. Please, give me a little more time. I hope the item I send with Sartain will fend off boredom, while you await the arrival of the true masterpiece. I have to go. Wait for Nazriel's gift. Bald stones. Oh yeah, there's it's an entire area here we haven't been. Can't get there. Dragonleaf Gulch.
You're always the first to get into fights, as if there are no fighters in the party except you.
Why not? I know there are others, but it's the custom. The best fighter is always in the front row.
Oh, she has ability damage? Oh, not anymore. Never mind. Dragonleaf Gulch. The little Sullen River narrows here as it passes through the gully between two rocky hillsides, flowing around an oblong island thick with the reeds, nettles, and blackberries. Hi.
That is not far.
Who cares about buffs? Whoa! Nah, it's just level 16. Blow him up. No music? I mean... Oh my god. Oh my god. Fucking lag piece of shit game. Big nuke. Nice. Fucking reflex saves. But I only have myself to blame because I'm not stacking charisma. short sword. Agile short sword plus. Very cool. Was that it? That was it. That was the entire map. Very cool. Ironstone Gully. A cave in the mountainside. The surrounding area is strangely quiet, as though the typical wildlife had vanished without a trace. I'm sure there's nothing dangerous here. Just a spider cave.
As you order.
What's for Gorum?
Oh, the spider noise is so annoying. But at least it's not the troll noise. Yes, move in, move in. Yes, more. Now we're talking. Giant spider. Can we just delay until all the spiders have... And then just throw a fireball. Reflex save. Oh, there's more. You survived? Bitch. I have a feeling I'm gonna regret not buffing. Not because we're gonna die or anything, but because I'm gonna get
Serves
some
you right.
stat damage. No, we're fine. Sorry, Valerie. Primal giant spider.
Do not falter!
What's that?
Boom. Might be able to. Okay, I guess vermin might count as animal. The whole monster doesn't work. Let's just haste.
This spell doesn't work like that.
No, feared. Oh no, he died. That works too. Booms. Someone dropped something. Spider leg. That's that they're there. Spider leg. Whatever use you have for that.
I shall end this suffering.
Good day, tremendous centipede. How are you doing? Oh, not doing very well.
Onwards!
Wasting spells, big time. Tristan, you can't do anything.
Stay behind me!
Bring it!
Did that guy not move? That's annoying.
You deserved it.
Miss! How dare
Let
you.
us strike as one!
Ouch! One of them actually has loot. No, it's the moss. What did you perception check? That? Subtle tint of red on the stone surface suggests the location of a rich iron ore vein laying around. Charisma +4 headband. Really something we need. Well, that seems useless. Unless we end up needing an iron mine at some point for some reason. This is actually the end of the road here? Okay. The legendary scourge is gonna end up costing me more than canceling one of those problems would.
And then our leader charged forwards. Hey, wait for me! Any last wishes?
Tear them apart!
Nice crit. Stab him! Stab him! Stab! Stab!
This should do it.
They go
Can you reach?
down!
Yes, you can. Man, I love reach weapons. Even if it's just a little bit, it matters a lot. Since the 5-foot step doesn't scale movement speed or anything. Reach is pretty important.
I don't get you. You're not a coward in battle. You don't flee from our enemies. So why you always keep sighing and whining like a pup?
Courage is the heart and end of compassion, Amiri. But I am heartened you do not take me for a coward.
Have I gone to Silvershire yet at all? So sure I have. Oh my god, fuck off.
May we have a moment of respite?
You're already tired, you pussy? The Baron himself! Mim Wobblegander. Oh right, that's the one who wanted the emerald. Aha! The girl looks at you with eager impatience. So what about my request? Here's your emerald. Mim's eyes flash. Look at that color. And the size. An excellent item. Finally, I'll be able to bring my idea to life. Wonderful. I'm ready to remain here and work for your grace. I only need a place to live and work. I brought all the necessary tools. All I need is 4 walls and a roof. And a salary, of course. I do need to eat, but I'll make it up to you. No loot? No loot. Same house as always. Anyone else here?
As it should be.
Is that the only crafter here? Seems like it. Oh yeah, you can rest here for free.
All according to plan.
We agreed to let the guards escort us safely to Varnhold.
In due time.
Dudes, do you realize how bad the weather is here? You still arguing with the dwarf? Yep. Still bleeding you dry after years? No. Can't find anything here. Varnhold is somehow even less interesting than it is in the DLC. Can't even go into the tavern. And Magar isn't even inside this fort. You can't go in there. But no, apparently this guy is... like... obviously we know that he didn't make it here, but... don't really know much about his brother.
May we have a moment of respite?
Oh, I actually have to go inside to rest. Ugh.
Resting would be nice, don't you think?
It would be nice. But not as good as being able to send someone on this fucking quest. Let's see if they're done. But I don't think so. We haven't been away for 11 days. Three more days before we can send anyone. Something strange is happening in the region. Residents are complaining of strange misfortunes. Someone must be casting spells to harm the barony's subjects. The reason and the culprit must be discovered. Look into the future. The fire. That is a problem. Quite far away. Let's take a trip past Lake Silverstep, I guess. I wouldn't give for faster.
That is not far.
I wonder if there are any hacks to make it faster, but I doubt it. Who the fuck are you? And why do you have a name? Yeah, nothing here. Whoa. Let's see. Pathfinder, Kingmaker, faster loading. How to improve loading times. The loading time's been fixed. I have experienced loading times of 15 minutes. With new option of using more RAM. What option is that? Yes, we could reduce some things. Cloth physics. Jesus, who gives a shit? Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Oh my god. This is so retarded. Okay. Spotted the enemy. Fucking goblins. Oh, bandits, even worse. 4.
This is going to hurt.
What? At least we'll get some swords to sell, I guess.
Do not falter!
Fireball. Don't actually have to loot. I'm never going to remember that. You can just exit and pick it up in the exit screen. But like, it sounds to me like he got ambushed somewhere, maybe? I visited this location, yep. Sorrow Flow, you visited this location. I can't go further than the river. But I'm not seeing much here anyway. Legendary Scourge. Are you guys done yet? No? One fucking day. Message from Jamandi Aldori. The leader of the Sword Lords asks for help. Oh. Your Grace, we have urgent news from Jamandi Aldori. The Sword Lord is asking for aid with an unusual problem. Here is her letter. Please read it when you have a moment. Cashew, I have a problem and no one else to turn to but you. I need someone to travel to a town south of Restov, Varnhold. Oh my The town was founded by Magar Varn. Met him at the reception to celebrate your new title. Recently, I have stopped getting reports from him. I didn't pay much attention to it. But in the past week, not a single traveler, merchant or messenger for Varnhold has showed up in Restov. No one knows what has happened to the town. If I were you, I would make sure I was ready for this journey. The plains of Dunsword are dangerous. Also, we have yet to find out what it was that cut off communications with Varnhold. An attack, arcane magic, or some epidemic or plague. I would have gladly investigated the matter. The current state of affairs dictates I refrain from dealing with this personally. I am counting on you and your help. Head out for Dunsword and find out what or who stands behind the vanishing of Varnhold. Your friend and ally, Sword Lord Jamandi Aldori. Okay, so this is the trigger to actually be able to deal with the main story. Lady Aldori asks you to head to Varnhold at once. It's a barony led by Magar Varn, a brave soul who carved out the settlement from the wilderness. Until recently, he eagerly and frequently relayed to the Sword Lords his many successes. But then the letters suddenly ceased. As you may expect, this is a matter of some concern. Jamandi Aldori expects your help with this matter, for she knows of your good relations with Magar. She asks you to go to Varnhold and find out why they have fallen silent. What do we know of Varnhold? This barony is much alike your own. It was also established by a mercenary, Magar Varn. He got his title at the same event you did. Magar Varn is third or fourth son in the family, so he couldn't claim his father's inheritance. Looks like he'd hoped to establish a settlement of his own and gain wealth and prosperity that way. Maybe Varn simply decided to stop dealing with Restal. Judging by Eldori's letter, the silence doesn't seem voluntary. Otherwise, at least one person would have reached a neighbor and spoken about what happened there. Varnhold isn't far off. We should find out what happened before there before the same fate befalls us too. Then it's time to gather our party and head to Varnhold, Your Grace. Octavia grins from ear to ear. Your barony attracts the most unusual and interesting characters. They must have heard the rumors that your country is a place where one can live without chains and restrictions. Not long ago, I was visited by an appraiser of magical items, a rare and sought-after profession in many countries. This man proposed that he settle in our lands and open his own store. I agreed then and there. Why can't we be as good as Absalom, right? In tribute, he offered his new ruler a valuable gift, but he didn't dare select a specific item for you. Instead, he simply invites you to choose from all the finest things he keeps in his best storeroom. Octavia hands you a small list, written on a piece of parchment in ornate handwriting. We'd best not be greedy and just choose one item. You look through the list. The appraiser offers you a choice of 3 magical items. One of them attracts good weather and good luck. The second allows you to dominate animals. And the third one, to influence the emotions of sentient creatures. I wish to control weather and luck. Great. I will express your gratitude to the appraiser.
This time, the disaster didn't hit us, but our neighbors. Varnhold, a small town east of our barony, had been deserted in an instant.
Varnhold vanishing. Oh my fucking god. Rest. Import main character and decisions. Select a save to import your character and decisions, made while playing Varnhold's slot into the main story. This choice is permanent. You won't be able to cancel it and import a different outcome, unless you reload the game to a point for the import. Greetings, Your Grace. Allow me to pay my respects and deliver a gift on behalf of my master, a well-known connoisseur of magical artifacts, kindly welcomed by you in the capital. Let me introduce myself. Erlene Greyridge at your service. The girl bows briefly and springs back up. She casts curious, assessing glances across the throne room, holds out a package. This is a modest gift from my master, Your Grace. May it serve you well, and in case you're looking for more. Erlene looks at you sideways and smiles mysteriously. I beg you to forgive my audacity, but since destiny is giving me the opportunity to speak with you face to face. You see, my master is a highly educated and respected specialist, but unfortunately he has no business acumen whatsoever. For my part, as much as I appreciate collectible items of great aesthetic value, I'm far more interested in turning my knowledge in this sphere towards tangible profit. If you take an interest in obtaining magical items without all this hassle, I could arrange it. I won't tolerate smuggling in my domain. Guards, take her to prison. No, Your Grace, I beg you. Forgive me my insolence. Don't kill me. Lawful good. Since this is your first time, I'll give you a break. Never set foot here again. Didn't you hear me? Take her away. Execute her immediately. Since this is your first time, I'll give you a break. Never set foot here again. Eat it, stupid halfling. Rest. Hope that's enough to skip to the next day. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to use the skip day button. Finally! You suck ass. But I'm gonna use both my crisis points. Yeah, sure, whatever. +3 culture. Who cares? Oh, in just one day? The barony managed to persevere and enjoys peace once again. The bald hilltop has awakened again. Blah 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 blah. Await a report. It was revealed to the high priest in a dream that a local cleric of Erastil fell in love with a young peasant girl and killed her fiancé in a jealous rage. The god's followers found the dead body in the forest, brought the murderer to justice, and Erastil's good graces were restored. 9 + 4. The councillor's servants arrested the mischievous Fae and compelled him to repair the damage he'd done. Arresting Fae? How do you do that? Training camps near the capital gives the general a +2 bonus for taking advantage of opportunities. Project is complete. In the future, diplomats will bring in additional resources. Can't do any of these still. And they're way further away. Support the High Priest's endeavors. Fine. Wait for Nasbill's gift. Oh, confront! The advisor's agents traced the source of the corruption. All the harmful items were purchased from Nasriel, the weaponsmith. Oh. Okay. Oh, the trade agreement with Rasmaran. Signed. Expert mountaineering. Kalik is an expert in mountaineering. Her knowledge could be useful for us while traversing mountain range. Doubles movement speed on mountainous terrain. Improving economic status. Oh, we have a lot of BP. +2 bonus solving any problems with Treasurer. Trade agreement with Galt. No, that one sucks. 90 days to solve, but man. I mean, it's gotta be done at some point. But before, I would want to do this. Just so it's done. Apparently I need to send her out there. Divine 3, Arcane 6. The Magister managed to locate a magical trail, which led to the source of the rage. Evil spell was lifted and animals quickly returned to their usual ways. Failure? That's a lot of minuses for a failure. An opportunity. The advisor's impassioned speeches convinced many young men and women to join the Crusaders of Mendev. Their families, however, are not happy at all. They feel betrayed by their baron. Right? A talented astrologist and prophet wishes to express his personal gratitude, ruler of for everything he's done for the sake of the people. The elf wishes to foretell all troubles, the opportunities the baron you will encounter next year. Lindsay shifts from foot to foot. Cashew. Not all diplomatic problems are solved openly. Sometimes a problem needs to be concealed, and sometimes knowledge must be ciphered and secrets overheard. To do this, you would need a spy chief. Oh, finally. I'm not fit for the job. I'm used to speaking my mind, not keeping silent. Please, find a worthy minister for this position, and meanwhile, I will try to handle today's delicate matter. There is a guard detail from Seven Arches at the border. They were sent by the voice of the wind, one of the elder druids who rules Seven Arches, a diplomat and a chief scout. Their guard keeps insisting there's an elf hiding in our lands, a fugitive who slipped out of their city. They asked us to help capture him, or at least not hinder their search. But in Seven Arches they'll say an elf is a criminal when they really mean he's a hindrance. Since it wasn't us who sentenced him, why should we assume that he's the villain? It would be better if we find him and help him get back home to Kyonin. Tell me about this conflict between Seven Arches and Kyonin. Seven Arches are built on a spot that is sacred to elves. The elves fled from there once, and druids, the Oak Stewards, have ruled there ever since. The elves of Kyonin would like to return their shrine, or at least be granted return to their shrine. Jesus Christ, there's so many errors. Or at least be granted access to it. But druids are wary of Kyonin and feel hostile to any elves on their territory. Help the guards find and arrest the runaway elf. Why would you believe the guard so readily? It wouldn't be the first time that someone unfavored by the authorities was falsely branded a criminal. We judge without hearing the evidence. Well, yeah, but... So it's letting him run free, I guess. Divine +3, relations +3. Oh no, you bitch! Lindsay rubs her cheek, baffled. Cashew, forgive me. Oh man. but I must refuse the position of diplomat. I have always been closer to the people than their rulers. Oh my god, my throat. Alright, how about now? Lindsay rubs her cheek, baffled. Cashew, forgive me, but I must refuse the position of diplomat. I have always been closer to the people than their rulers. These diplomatic games are not my strong suit. I will obey your orders, but after today I'd rather just focus on my book. I know you can find a more competent advisor to do. How dare you! Throw her in jail. Amazing. You managed to save your barony from an invasion of monsters from the First World, but you were not able to protect it from the attention of the First World's more powerful denizens. Believe it or not, but stolen lands have been chosen as the next location for the inconsequent debates. The inconsequent debates, what's that? A curious phenomenon that isn't very well known. They say it's based on a bet made by the eldest, ruler of the First World, quite a long time ago. One day one of them sent a delegation of Fae to Golarion. They announced where the competition would take place. Don't let the name fool you, it's anything but debates. The contest begins as soon as they have enough participants. The contests and the rewards are different every time, although every time is a stretch. Only 3 such occasions are known over thousands of... Anyway, it's happened again, and this time the reward is a chance to ask any question whatsoever of the host, the competition's mastermind. This creature, whoever it is, speaks on behalf of the eldest. Do you see why we can't miss such a chance? I don't. Tell me. Just think. We have an opportunity to ask a question of the host, the messenger of the self-appointed deities of the First World, and demand an answer. The gnomes originally ventured from the First World, lost their immortality because of it, and received our curse in exchange, the bleaching. No one has discovered the reasons for it, and no one can stave off its consequences. But if we've managed to win the competition... The bleaching is the name given to the physical decolorization and aging of a gnome. It is caused by a lack of exposure to new and exciting experiences. This bleaching of color is accompanied by a psychological decline, first into depression and apathy, and eventually into madness and death. Gnome efforts to fend off the bleaching only serve to fuel the racial curiosity and whimsy, giving it somewhat of a manic edge. Some claim that the bleaching is a result of the gnomes leaving the First World thousands of years ago. Rare gnomes survive the bleaching, develop an enigmatic wisdom and connection to the natural world, earning them the name Bleachlings. Do you know anything about these debates, or are we completely in the dark here? You never know what mad ideas the Fae might have cooked up. I only know one condition. Only teams of 3 are allowed to participate. Do you think we should take as our third? I think we should take Lindsay. Something tells me Fae are not likely to hold competitions in rope pulling or beer drinking, but the skills of a bard might come in handy. Besides, we should give the young lady a chance to channel some of that energy. Can participating be dangerous? Considering that the Fae are involved, absolutely. But if the chronicles are true, no one has died in any previous debate. We can't pass up such an opportunity. Is this a Jubilost quest? I mean, I guess. I see no point in this. But Jubilost loses his usual confidence for a moment. It's a chance to gain new unique knowledge. What could be more important? Anyway, I'm obviously talking to the wrong person. Waste your time playing at war and running around swamps if that's what you care about. It is. Hooray! We did it! Another attack has been repelled, and the barony is stronger than ever. Your grateful subjects even brought you a gift to honor this outstanding success. 8,600 gold coins. Unfortunately, now is no time to rest. While everyone was preparing for the last attack, I was looking for a way to overcome the curse. I read some ancient books, talked to the locals. Then I had a word with our storyteller, and we decided that, well, he'll tell it better. The storyteller clears his throat. I am a keeper of stories, your grace, and I have amassed a respectable collection of life. There are, of course, stories of curses among them, ancient and dark, having taken thousands of lives, destroyed kingdoms, and brought down... Well, our curse isn't exactly a real curse. We think there is something specific behind these attacks. Oh, I'm sorry. Realizing she interrupted the storyteller, Lindsay turns bright red. Christian turns pale. It's not a curse? Then what is it? This isn't a curse, then what could it be? We don't know yet, but that part doesn't matter. Lindsay waves her hand carelessly. What's important is that we're finally making some real progress. I would imagine that the person behind these attacks is someone harboring great evil in your barony. I would not be surprised if the same adversary who was behind the bloom. I agree. After the last attack, I got the feeling that the owlbears and manticores came here as revenge for what we did to the ever-blooming flower. Whoever or whatever caused these attacks, I'm sure they will continue. We must be ready to repel the next one. That's exactly what we'll do. Sooner or later, the villain will show himself. If he slips up, we can finally punish him for all the trouble he's caused. Lindsay frowns belligerently. Christian chuckles faintly. I didn't expect such vitriol from you, Lindsay. In any case, I would advise hearing this villain out before punishing him. Still have no idea why this unknown enemy is targeting us in particular. I'm sure we'll know our foe's face soon enough. We've repelled his attacks 3 times now. He must be reaching the limits of his patience. Won't get away with this forever. Or will he? Jubilost demands an audience. Visitor castle. Ease your claim. The minister oversees the barony's intelligence network, protects against espionage by foreign powers. Ekon opts for non-violent and honorable measures. Jubilost is secretive and scheming. He doesn't have time to waste on morals. I think we will go with Ekundayo. Grand Diplomat. Oh my god, I don't have anyone! Lindsay, you slut! There are not enough characters. Strengthen John's skills as the High Priest. Now, they are far enough away. Need to research these curses. Yeah, now we go to Varnhold. Oh, wait. Brought you some relics. Nothing?
In due time.
Ring of Security. +2 deflection bonus to AC, +2 resistance bonus on all saving throws, and spell resistance for... Whew. Not bad. Close. Probably put that on Valerie. No, wait, that's me. He also has a Ring of Luck. We can use the Ring of Protection +3 and... No, that's a deflection bonus. It doesn't stack with the cloak either. It's a pretty big ring though. What? Ring is bugged. It says +1, but it gives +2. I mean, sure, I'll take it. This one gives +1. She has something that makes her get extra luck bonuses. Wow. We do have a bunch of items. I do have all pieces of Onslaught, but he's like down there. So annoying. Is there a dragon statue over there?
Running won't help
Whoa.
you!
Ouch! God damn it. Got like 0 range. Can't believe you survived. Sword. There's the sword. Charge. Bonk.
Onwards!
Again, fire seems like a really shitty element. Geneticist.
All according to plan.
We need to deal with this curse bitch. Nasriel's face is contorted in desperation. Her eyes have a haunted look. Your Grace, to what do we owe the pleasure? The goods you've been selling are cursed. Would you like to explain yourself? Nasriel turns pale as paper. Cursed? Oh goodness, it wasn't me. I didn't do it. It's simply impossible. My creations are impeccable. I'm a master, you know. Such a thing has never happened in my entire life. Nobody could... The elven woman falls silent. Her lips move, but she doesn't make a sound. Nasriel recovers her voice and now sounds strangely calm. It's Sartain. It's him. He's been spoiling my work. No one else could do it. The little bastard tried to tarnish my name. There's nothing but cold hatred in Nasriel's gaze. The tone of her voice is quiet and murderous. By the right granted me by our agreement, I'm calling upon you, your grace. Sartain insulted the reputation of the master, to whom you promised protection. I'm asking you to find and kill the bastard. He must be hiding in his hut not far from the capital. I have to go. I almost banished her. But we should hear the other guy's side first. I really, really wish they would show something on the map. When a quest is there. But they don't. Anywho, going over there. Something's happening here, though. No, nothing is happening here.
Why don't we set up camp?
Soon. Knowing that you have to go in. Rest. What can I do for you? Nothing. Let's check the journal. Maybe it says where that guy is. in the capital. Okay. She said not far from the capital. Oh shit! Actually get to go in. Overgrown cavern. Yep. Let's head straight to Varnhold. Sepulchre of Forgotten Heroes. Too many mountains.
So I pick up my clothes this morning and see some pictures embroidered on it. Pine trees, clouds, an owlbear fighting a troll. Spill it out, who did that?
I confess, it was I. I only meant to patch them up a bit, and got a little carried away.
How nice of you. Random encounter. I want improved initiative, so I can just throw a fireball the first thing that happens. Oh,
Bring it!
not owlbears. Oh no, there are multiple.
Taste my fury.
Bonk bonk. Want to enter this location? Yes. After a short pee-pee break. you want to enter this location? Enter. 4th time we go here? Something finally gonna happen? The entrance to the empty tavern still smells of spilled ale. Pot shards lie scattered in the middle of the road. Traces of oil can be seen on the shards.
As it should be.
The huge black raven is watching you closely. The Temple of Erastil is empty and... Oh!
I wish there was another way.
Raven swarms. I wish Lindsay had something she could do. Guess we can throw Alchemist's Fire. For lack of anything better to do. She does have wands. Wand of Fireball. Oh shit, they didn't even die. 33 hit points. There we go. 78 damage instead of... Grain litters the ground around this former granary. The sacks that used to hold supplies have been torn apart and empty, and bones and other leftovers are scattered in the dirt.
In due time.
There are muddled tracks in the dirt of the road, leading up to the fort. Muddled tracks. Were you bullying local wildlife? It's so it seems, yes. But they clearly deserved it. Is Magar still out here arguing with the dwarf forever? The door to the merchant house lies open. Inside is chaos. Hello, Spriggans.
This is where I step in.
They're level 10, but you're gonna get a fireball. Whatever they are. Guy's dead. Gotta get big. Are you fucking stuck in there? Not sure if Spriggans count as wildlife or not. Yeah, I'm not sure. Well, maybe he doesn't get to do anything, and I skipped someone else's turn as well. Spriggan do seem to
Serves you right.
be as
You
common as
deserve
wildlife over here. Nice. Now 60 hit points. Should be able to kill you in one turn.
Go on.
No! Not even close.
Tear them apart!
Seriously? You're still stuck? Okay, this is actually glitched. Where is it? Yeah.
They go down!
Units can move through enemy. Or units can move through ally. Yeah, they were just stuck on top of each other. Battle started. But surprisingly, I pretty much never have any issues with it. The only real issue I have is charge being way too finicky. Sometimes it just doesn't want to charge. The big black bird is watching your every move. It seems it has been following you ever since you left the temple of Erastil. Hey, dude. Maybe he wants a fish. Model tracks.
Follow my lead.
The water near the bank is teeming with fish darting about among the algae. You can make out voices behind the fort's walls. Well, the fish won't attack me, that's for sure. If I feed them to the birds. But I want the birds to
All
attack me,
according
that's
to
XP.
plan.
There's a duck there. Whoa! Spriggans have taken over.
Any last wishes?
Oh my god, Canera's ass! Switch to Kalik. All I wish was that Kalik had like an AoE on a ranged AoE. She does, but it doesn't work. Fireball. Yeah, they're a bit special. But she has... On the water blast, she has like a big ass cone. But this one sucks. because the water blast just does shit damage. And this one does half damage of the water blast because it's an AoE. But she has one called Spindle. And it's meant to target one enemy, and then it targets like nearby enemies, but only like really, really close to it. And it doesn't show like an AoE circle or anything. It just never does anything with one. Well, with the Trident, yeah, Trident's pretty good. Like +3 and bears every single time. Horror's Teeth. +4. DC 16 will save or get frightened. It's so good. The frighten keeps happening all the time. And it keeps saving me so much. Because the enemies just start running around. Especially helpful on the bigger enemies. Like Hydras, for example, are really easy to frighten. And yeah, Spindle sucks balls. Oh! Oh! Good job.
This didn't work. I must be doing it wrong.
Like I said about charge.
This didn't work. I must be doing it. Tenemos Travis.
Oh. Oh, you can't see? Yeah. The only issue is that when they run away, they always run like both their attack and move distance. They become really annoying to deal with. Unless you haste, or if you just have Kalik out. Because with the extended range on her blast, it covers like the entire map. For some weird reason. Bonk. Heavy encumbrance? No. I hate armors. £15 for 2 gold? Come on. Yeah, to silly degrees, in my opinion. Like the prices on armor do not make sense. At the bottom of the well, half hidden underwater, lies a broken bucket tied to a piece of rope, and a dead Spriggan with a broken neck. Okay. Hello, savages. Hick, I think we're out of booze. Oh, I didn't know you guys could talk.
We've downed better ones.
I'm very sad that only Water Blast has the AoEs. Water Blast sucks ass. It's not worth AoEing too either. Cold Blast has no AoEs. I just feel like it should at least be worth its weight. It's still materials. Because weapons are always, I think, worth more than their weight. Fight!
Stay behind me! Ah!
Hide armor should just be deleted from the game though. God, it's so bad. Nine damage! Didn't I just say not to AoE two people?
This is where
I think I said that. I always feared. Ah. Where's Amiri? There. Miss!
A calculated risk.
Got him. Oh shit! Oh shit! He had lightning reflexes, or combat reflexes. And Lindsay does not have a point blank shot. Yeah, the metal armors are somewhat cost efficient. Or weight efficient to pick up. Like chainmail and head armor, not so much. Masterwork great clubs though. 100 gold for 8. Wait. Potatoes!
To victory!
God damn it. Worth picking up. Oh, next level I think we get free action bard song. That's pretty hype. Alright. Should be doing big nuke. There. So we can turn on the metal overflow. Just delay. Honestly. They're way too far away. Yeah, in this universe, I'm not so sure. I think usually there's some kind of like tree creature. Like something similar to dryads. Here they seem more like goblins or something. I mean, maybe we can read. When the gnomes first traveled to the mortal realm, from the distant land of the Fae, some found the material plane so strange and terrifying that they lost their sense of joy. Seeing only the threats of the new world, but none of its wonders, they grimly resolved to survive no matter the cost. Their innate magic responded to this twisted goal by reshaping them in mind and body over the course of many generations, transforming them into the creatures known as brigands. Love, happiness, and beauty have no meaning for these poor souls, so they lead lives of violence and malice. The best they can manage, in place of positive emotions, is muted satisfaction when they make another suffer. Brigands resemble ugly gnomes with an alien, feral appearance. Many are gaunt and haggard. When magically enlarged, they look the same, except much more hale and muscular. They are depressed gnomes. I suppose. No, I would not have guessed either. Can I reach? Should be able to. No! You bitch! Oh well. They can shoot me, but I can't shoot them. Is that fair? I don't think that's fair. The fuck? How did I use the... What? Where did my attack go? You turds. Miss. Okay, so it's the enemies who have to be within the song to get the bonus damage. Oh, here we didn't even get that. We're not in visual range, I guess.
Bring it!
Miss! Oh, you got feared. Yeah. She pretty much only misses when she does a critical miss. It feels like she does that all the time. Since she attacks touch armor. It's usually really... The hit chance is usually really high. Masterwork Mace. Masterwork Great Club. Here we have a breastplate. 30 LBS, 50 gold. It's still like barely worth picking up. Hello there. I wonder if they've like locked themselves inside somewhere.
Serves you right.
They might have retreated into the fort. Oh, why did you use cleanse? What? Hotkeys are so bugged. $30 to $90. 9 to 39. The touch armor 16. That should be a guaranteed hit every single time. But she has plus 22. But I keep missing.
Let us strike as one.
Chaotic evil gnome. What does that mean? How is gnome on alignment? Bunk. No! Ow! See, this is why I hate the sneak attack rules. Why did that guy get a sneak attack on Lindsay? He's literally just standing there. Dodge a crossbow. Get feared, bitch. Normal magic missile? Nah. Just move in. With some luck, she might reach. It.
You deserved it.
What? Couldn't reach for some reason. How about? Nope, she can't see.
Do not falter.
Got the high ground, I guess. Still love the corpse explosion animation. Sweet syrup. Ooh. I think we've cleared out courtyard. Yeah, I especially love it when you cause them to turn into goo with a crossbow bolt from Lindsay.
Sunflower, guide my hand.
So many Spriggans! fuck? Not gonna lie, I might be a wee bit tired. I'm playing in the middle of the night because I went to bed early, like before 10 o'clock. And my body was like, okay, that means you're taking a nap. And then I woke up like 3 hours later and couldn't went to bed. And then you got stuck. Maybe we can do some AoE. Reflex save? Oh, you bitch. Ouch, ouch! How are you sneak attacking me? You're right in front of me, you bitch! Doesn't work like that. I did. Thanks for dropping by. Have a good night. Level up! We get more con, better dragon bite. I think we get spell resistance, but I'm not sure. But we have to wait until next level dragon form. Then we also start getting dragon kind soon. Yeah, we do get spell resistance now. Really high spell resistance. But we need to actually take Prestigious Spellcaster. I have only taken that once. Oh, that's what it meant. It meant level 2. Yeah. Keep all spells. Level 5 spells. Oh. That means quicken mirror image. Quicken burning arc. Fiery shuriken, fiery rune. Rigid touch. Glitter dust. What do I take here? Protection from alignment community. Invisibility. Cast a level check against the DC of the lock with a +10 bonus. That means we can open up level, what? 11 lock? Level 21 locks now. Grab knock. Level 3? I kind of don't really even want anything. Resist energy communal. Can take that. See invisibility communal. Take that one. Level 4 spells. Controlled fireball. And control the damage to your allies. A controlled fireball deals minimum damage to them. Instantly transfer yourself from your current location to any other spot within range. Emergency force sphere. Fire shield. That might actually be something. Volcanic storm. Oh. Level 5 spells. Fire snake. The fire snake affects all enemies in the line, avoiding allies. Creatures in the path of the fire snake take 1d6 points of fire damage per cast level. Communal stone skin. That's actually not bad. I need 2 spells here. And honestly, they're all kind of below. I might just take Fire Snake and Stone Skin Communal. Keshu identifies dragon bite. Okay, dude. Oh, we finally get another attack. Or 2 hits still. It's awful. Doesn't it say that I have spell resistance here? I'm blind.
Something bothering you?
Ready for anything.
Here we have more quicken magic missiles. I have so many of these spells I fucked up when I was making. There. Oh yeah, we should actually get rid of Battering Blast. Next time they ask if I want to keep, I must pick no. Oh yeah. Quicken True Strike is level 5. Knock. I officially have the most hit points in the group. Ouch! Crap! Doggy! Ancient scrap of script-covered leather. Oh shit. Where is Lindsay? Why aren't you here? Rogue?
Any last wishes?
actually a successful charge. For once. Oh, hello there, Spriggan. Dab. No. Ah! Why does she have so much range? The range is silly. Ho 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 ho. Oh oh oh. Oh oh. Oh.
They go down!
Really wish I had a fireball. Do have a dragon's breath though. Don't know why she's not doing sonic damage there. Ouch. Great axe, not worth. Or sword.
Anything else?
Wand of displacement. Flash.
In due time.
Okay, so this was probably the right way? Not sure.
We will prevail.
This will hurt.
Stay behind me.
You deserved it.
Nice.
Let us strike as one.
Oh, feared. Lindsay is actually also a candidate for the speed boots. The speed is so annoying.
I see something.
Jasper, I see. All right. Down there it is. No, I mean there's... Oh, this just leads to the entrance. Okay, I thought it was like some secret entrance outside somewhere. Oh, no, we want to go upstairs. The biggest brigand, scarred and beaten, bears his rotting teeth. I guess we can't even rest here. I bet you followed our trail from our very den. Forcing us from our home wasn't enough. Now you've come to finish us off. Well, a guy will not make this easy for you. Forced out of your home? What do you mean? Like you don't know. They caved to the north, where I lived my entire life before your kind came. Enough! I'm done running. A guy swings his blade and utters a shrill battle cry as he charges you. Tear this scum's throat out! Should try using power attack more. Wow, confused. It's got 9 damage reduction or something. Rare. Oh shit! Didn't see you there. It's got a lot of hit points. He is a level 11 barbarian. However, big nuke. Ass. Fuck. A guy steps back, pressing his hand against his bleeding wounds. Well, you got me. He hisses through clenched teeth. Go on then. Keep hounding us, pushing us back. Clearly taking all we had wasn't enough. What are you on about? You attacked the citizens of Varnhold. Requires lawful. I believe that you and your kin aren't to blame for the disappearance of Varnhold's citizens. I'll let you leave in peace. Just tell me where your den is. Perhaps I could pay you a visit and help you get your home back. No. I don't really want to let them live. What are you on about? You attacked the citizens of Varnhold. You think me a fool? You attacked us, in our own home. And now you followed us here to finish the job. How could we possibly bother anyone in an empty city? Are you saying the city was empty before you got here? Who cares? We arrived and no one else was here. We checked for traps. We checked for ambushes. Nothing. Totally livable. A guy is silent a moment. If I knew you'd follow us, I'd have taken everyone even further away. Where are all the locals? No clue. Eaten by someone? Just gone. They left their belongings behind. Doors wide open. Anyone could walk in and take what they like. Time to clear the vermin from Varnhold. Yes, it was an evil option. But it felt... honestly felt more neutral than evil. Oh, he's dead. Oh! Heal the rogue from behind.
Do not falter.
Ah!
Bring it!
Onwards.
Snap. Heavy flail. Hide armor +2. Fresh. A letter with threats. Baron Magar Varn, I'm writing to you as your ally and well-wisher. The reason for my letter is the lack of foresight in your actions. You're trying so hard to become friends with this Baron from Stolen Lands. You invite him to pay you a visit. You assure him of sincerity. Even send rich gifts. Have you nothing more to do in your lands? I strongly recommend you to stop flirting with this upstart person and turn your gaze to the affairs of the day. You are trying to cross the path with powerful forces that can reach you even in your own castle. You should know your place. With wishes of good health and calm sleep, your friend. That's probably from Cephal. Are you still going? More or less. I've only been streaming for 4 hours. The internet wouldn't let me stream earlier. Then I went to bed at like 9:30. Then I woke up after 2 hours. So, here we are. Most Honorable Baron Cashew, I am Baron Magar Varn of Varnhold. I am writing to inquire about the current state of affairs in your realm. I hope that no trouble or pestilence have found their way to your lands. Perhaps we could arrange a neighborly meeting soon to discuss things. At your leisure, of course. I would like to request your aid in a small matter. A few days back, an adventurer by the name of Willis Gunderson retrieved a mysterious bracelet from one of the ancient ruins scattered across Dunsword. Gunderson kindly returned it over to my court wizard, Cephal, who continues to examine it as it lies on the table before me. It may be the most peculiar thing I have ever laid eyes on. The bracelet is covered in angular patterns that resemble a labyrinth, and is adorned with an inscription in an unknown language. No learned man in Varnhold has been able to read this writing or deduce which culture the artifact belongs to. So, I ask for your aid. Please, if you have an archivist with deep knowledge of the history of this region, send them along to aid us in solving this mystery. I am sure that your capital has plenty of such learned men and women. Perhaps one of them will succeed in reading this inscription. Of course, I will return the Vordakai, 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 Vorda. Okay, dude. How did the stream go? As usual. Am I heavy? I am heavy. As usual, well, at least it didn't go unusually bad. Sound bug. Alright. You notice a huge black bird sitting still on a high fence by the exit, as if waiting for you. It's a raven, glistening black, and one of the largest ravens you've even seen. As you approach, it tilts its head and affixes you with a beady black eye. As you're about to leave, you hear a cracked voice. Butcher! It can talk. Maybe it's a wizard turned into a raven. Or a charmed prince. Oh, don't pay attention to me. I've just never seen anything like it. Throw a stone at the raven. What did you say? What have these miserable fools done that they must pay with their lives? Raven gives a ragged caw, then tilts its head and looks at you unblinking. Who are you to decide the fate of those whom you do not rule? Why did the victims deserve to die? My, a talking crow. Now if you said anything worth hearing, that'd be impressive indeed. They attacked, I responded. Worms wriggle in the mud. Nothing concerns you but yourselves. You deserve contempt, nothing more. Why are you here? Are you one of the thieves that lived in this miserable settlement? I stole nothing. Liar! This settlement was full of thieves. They paid for their crimes. Now only a single one remains. You. Who are you? What do you know about the vanishing of Varnhold? Only that the people of this dusty village were thieves. Thieves and bandits who didn't respect the law, didn't know their place. Inferior beings don't dare touch that which belongs to their masters. Who are you? I'm not from Varnhold, but I will find out what happens here. I see you visited the Linor. Oh yeah, the big boy in the bridge. Yeah, that was ages ago. Killed him at pretty low level, I think. I'm not from Varnhold, but I will find out what happened here. You! The raven gives a short barking caw. What arrogance! What pride! You, thrall? Do not follow one crime with another. You will suffer the same fate. Who are you? I'm guessing you're new to these parts if you still don't know who I am. Why don't you take to the air and ask around? The raven regards you for a moment. Finally, it flaps its wings and without a sound takes flight. Moments later, it's nothing more than a speck in the sky. Then it's gone. Gotta explore outside. Might be random items lying around in the grass. Oh, hello there. Climb over the wall. Nice, XP. What was the point of that? I need random items so I can buy BP. Hello there, random wargs. Is this map like super big for some reason? Bonk. Oh. Wait.
Tear them apart!
Writing you out of our story.
Stop surviving. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ.
Go.
Yeah, I've seen the +1 item
As
in the
it should
store,
be.
but I didn't buy it. Not sure why. I think the reason I didn't buy it was because I was like, this is gonna be really expensive to buy for both of the sisters, but I honestly only use
That
Comic.
is not far.
My Canera kinda sucks ass. Me club. The fire chick is the one. The dark elementalist. That's the one I'm not using. I've been thinking about respecking her to just a normal kineticist instead of dark kineticist. Because dark is just annoying. I never remember to use the Soul
In
Eater
due
skill.
time. All according to plan.
Cannot hunt here.
Follow my lead.
Through you. Mordecai. He said that they came from the north. That's all I know. Even when I make a full attack with the fire sword, it's still worse than just like blasting them with a cold blast. Weird. Partially because they keep just saving as well. Oh shit, where am I going? I don't want to go this way. Someone's on the road. Nober. A small but well-armed group moves across the flatland. Tattoos, leather and fur clothing. Bone amulets at their belts. These are barbarians. Helids, to be precise. Probably from the neighboring Numeria, or maybe lands even further north. They stop when they see you, hands on their weapons and frowns on their faces. Hey! One of the barbarians shouts towards Amiri. You're from the north, right? Which tribe? I'm by myself. Wait, isn't that the gal the 6 bears kicked out? Because they were scared that if a woman touched a sword, their balls fall off? Haha, just let bygones be bygones. I walk with him now. Miri points at you. Look at that woman. I think she needs help, Christian whispers, pointing out one of the barbarians who looks to be quite ill. The barbarian examines you closely. So, lead this group then? I'm Nober. We're from Numeria, part of the Tiger Lord's tribe. We're just minding our own business here, not looking to pick a fight. We don't want any trouble. We're not after anyone. What are you searching for? The Khelid frowns. No idea, really. Jugarth just said that we should search for caves and ancient ruins, and he'd tell us if it was what we're looking for. You ask me, we're just wasting time here. Chieftain knows best. Who's Dugarth? An old cleric. He's seen a lot. He knows a lot. And it seems like he's the only one who has any idea what the hell we're looking for. One of your people seem to be sick. Can I help? A barbarian woman steps forward, trying to control her heavy coughing. That'd be welcome, The woman starts coughing again, then spits some blue phlegm on the ground. I caught blue spit somewhere in the barrens. I can pay for the healing in gold. I've never seen such an unusual disease. Neutral good, heal the barbarian, no charge. No, none of that. We're not beggars. We're not out for charity. The barbarian woman forces several coins into your hands. After you heal the woman's disease, she breathes in deeply, relishing the sensation. Wow, thank you. It was a nasty thing, I tell ya. Won't let you take breath in or let gases out. Christian sighs, relieved. Praise Sarenrae. This affliction responds to regular magic. I would not have been surprised if such strange symptoms were resistant to common methods of curing. Though, had that been the case, I'm certain you would have found a way to manage it. From Numeria, you're pretty far from home. Not so far. The Tiger Lords travel around a lot, from the World Wound to Eobaria. Hell, these lands were once practically home to us. We used to clear them damned Fae from the Narmarch on a regular basis. Well, now we're here again. That's the nomad life, you see. Never know where you'll find yourself tomorrow. Do you know anything about the situation at Varnhold? Barnhold? Never heard of it. Whatever's going on there, we got nothing to do with it. Are you the only group of Numerians here? You kidding? Of course not. Our main camp's over the hills there. If you're feeling gutsy, come pay us a visit. Have you found anything interesting in the area? I wish. We've been searching the area for days now, but all we found was a cave with some grime-faced half-men. No ancient ruin, no treasures, not a damn thing. Tell me about Numeria. Ugh, I hate this question. Well, Numeria is a hard land made for hard people. Ages ago, stars rained from the sky and left a bunch of chunks of sky metal across the land. Some as small as your finger, other as big as a mountain. Lots of the chunks just sit still and do nothing, and we mine them for adamantite. Others make monsters or diseases or radiation and stuff like that. Technicology. Nober spits the last word, almost like a curse. Numeria is also the birthplace of countless beautiful songs and heroic legends. I mean, most of them end with someone getting beheaded, impaled, chopped to bits, or burned alive. But still, they're marvelous. You don't like technology? Why would I? Bad enough it brings us so much trouble on its own, but it also attracts villains from all over Avistan, like flies to a steaming pile of shit. That technically alone, ugh. Tell me about your tribe. The Tiger Lords are an ancient and glorious tribe, one of the strongest in all Numeria. We used to own half the stolen lands ourselves. But that was a long time ago, back in the time of Great Armag. But now that the spirit of Armag has been reborn into the body of our new chieftain, mark me, word of our heroic deeds will spread across Golarion once again. Cool. Safe travels. Nober. Nober. Oh, ancient Cyclops coin. The camp. Oh, we're out of monster casserole. Right. Grilled silver eel. Plus 10 movement speed bonus for... Oh, that's pretty nice.
Don't get me wrong. Knowing how to forgive is as important as knowing how to fight. Without mercy for the defeated, the victor wins no glory.
What do you know about glory? The one who defeats everyone else is the most glorious. And the best mercy is killing fast without suffering.
The voice volumes are kind of low in camp. Otherwise, it's fine. While traveling through the hills of Nomen, we noticed something worrisome. Crows circled the sky, much as they do upon spying a corpse to feast upon. More ominous yet, clouds of smoke trailed into the sky as well. After noticing that, we... A approached carefully, trying not to reveal ourselves. We soon saw what attracted the crows. A dead horse lay in the ditch, one leg missing and its carcass already picked at by scavengers. Near the horse was what looked to be the corpse of his former rider, a young man clad only in undergarments. The smoke was coming from a bonfire, around which goblins were roasting a horse leg. It seemed their hunger was stronger than their fear of these animals. Other goblins were busy rummaging through the clothes of a deceased man, and taking whatever choice bits they could find. One goblin was strutting around, wearing a beret with a feather, another a velvet jacket, and two other goblins, each wearing a single boot, were in the middle of a tug-of-war, the dead man's trousers. We saw this, we rushed into a fight. After noticing us, the little bastards started to flee, leaving behind everything they'd been trying to take from the body of the deceased, including a hefty coin pouch. Alas, in this backwater, coin proved of little use. Alas, the body laid before us belonged to none other than Tomin Hanvaki, a noble from Grautham, one whose brother begged us to look for him. A letter in his jacket pocket, yellowed with age, confirmed his identity. It was signed Mathian Hanvaki, a relative. All we could do then was take the tragic news to his brother. Okay. I wasn't really expecting to find that there, but... Jesus Christ! Crooked teeth.
I may say harsh words about your faith, but I don't want to be unfair, Tristian. You are a skilled healer.
I don't hold it against you. There are wounds on your soul that still bleed.
Not sure if this is the place. We'll see. Do some buffing. Of course we need all those buffs.
I am ready.
Done with waiting.
Effortless armor. Good help. Now we just pray that we actually need this shit. Oh, what's this?
In due time.
That looks spooky. See how many disgusting fae we find in here. That
is not
Would
far.
you look at that?
I haven't really been fighting that many Fae. Only like a narrate here and there. On the Bald Hilltop. Otherwise it's just a bunch of owlbears. Oh, level up! Solar Invocation. Move action. Oh! Invoke the sun as a move action instead of a standard action. Healer's Blessing. Credence. Each Dawnflower Anchorite develops a personal credence that guides his worship of Sarenrae. He gains a credence at 6th leveling again every 2 levels thereafter. Okay. Guess we'll see what that is. Wow, you can use Stun Beam once a day? Oh. Must have skill focus in the class that Bloodline grants to Sorcerer at 1st level. I'm gonna grab Improved Channel. Not that we've ever really had any use for it. But the few times that we have seen undead, they have been resisting. Serenity. Hmm. Lens is only for me. Not that interested in having more of it. Fine trap. Take true seeing. How did we get past this trap?
Applause, please.
Level up. Already have armor focus. I think I'll take that. No, I wanted improved initiative. Let's grab that. Third attack! Got the third attack! Stunning barrier greater. Stunning barrier greater. He's only level 12 though. His AC sucks as well. He got feared instantly. Time to die, big guy. Miss! Oh, you critical miss? She doesn't do anything other than critical miss. She critical misses all the fucking time. You're absolutely driving me mental. Here again, bitch. 4 attacks! Holy shit, dude. Ooh, level ups. More barbarian levels. Ooh, greater rage. Feet. And another attack. Oh, heaving finish. Nope. Extra rage power. Acid resistance, maybe. And now she needs to start having 5 burn. One or more infusions. Okay. You also gain immunity to gaze attack. Fluid forms leads. think I'll just take with critical kinetic blast. However, the immune to gaze attack sounds like something you might want on everyone. Chilling infusion. Your kinetic blast chills your foes to the bone, making their movements sluggish. Whenever an infused blast deals cold damage to a foe, that foe is staggered for 1 round. On both cold and ice. Entangling, blizzard, cold, ice. Associated blasts, water. I'll just go with chilling.
I can help.
Yeah, you can't have 2 infusions. Not 2 substances. Well, we can use Ice Blast now. For free. I think that is preferable to use Cold Blast. Though I'm pretty sure Ice Blast targets armor. AC. Yeah. Black Fur Cloak. Plus 10 competence bonus to all stealth checks and cold resistance 30. This does the same thing, but makes us immune to blindness and dazzling. Just equip it for the cold. That was the entire area? Not entirely. Oh, there's a door. Or does it just lead out? Loading, loading, loading. It's a new place. Go! Oh, scared the shit out of me. Thundervine. Hello, Thundercook.
Stay behind me!
Miss you, bitch!
They go down!
Triple miss.
Let us strike as one!
could just be shooting his touch armor. Even if he has cold dress. Holy shit! Protection from energy. Electricity. Or we die even more. Not sure. Are we even overburdened right now? No. Just slow. Where the fuck are we? No! Shit! I don't know why the encounters in this game scare the shit out of me every single time.
Bring it!
Over there, Primal Manticore Man. Finally. We need to get to level 13 for Bardic Performance Switch. We do get +3 competence bonus to attack and damage rolls now. Not bad. Greater spell focus and enhancement. Unless there is something else. Let's go with that. Why do I have to pick a level 1 spell? What the fuck am I supposed to do with that? Old monster break enchantment. Dominate person. Mass days. Oh. Take dominate person. Very cool. Okay, where are we coming out now? Don't make me go in and run all the way through again just to... Rotten Cave. That wasn't that bad. Yeah, we went there, right? What's going on here? Can't check. However, I think we'll finally end it there at 6 a.m. Might be able to take another nap before work. Oh, if we're lucky. Oh shit. Then we have to figure out where the fuck that cave was. Because they said north. But we'll just have to explore all of Barnhole, I suppose. We have a bunch of areas here. It's not that big. It's only like over here left. We've already been over here. All of this seems same. Oh, this is something. Dunsword. Right. Horse of Levines. Horse of Lebanese. Attacks river. Oh, there is Numeria. Well, that's that. Until next time, hanging out. Have a good night. Bye bye.